Oh, there we are. Hello. I am out here on time. Nobody believes that. Yeah, small issue of broken glasses required kind of emergency fixing, which of course meant I had to find the appropriate replacement parts for it. Oops. So, I'm a little late tonight, although this surprises absolutely nobody. Where are our protesters tonight? There's one. The rest of them are all hanging out over there with a boombox, just sitting around hanging out. That might be it, actually. So, I figured tonight was going to be kind of sparse. Although, there's literally 20 of them sitting over there. So, that's fine. If they want to be over there instead of over here, that means we can have our topic. Let's see. How many have we got in here tonight? Okay, we have 42. So, let me give it about 5 minutes before we start on our topic. Ooh. If I can tell... That's gone. If I can tell, they have, been in an accident. They have been in an accident. Yes, absolutely. Please hit that like button because that helps people find the stream. And I want to give a couple minutes so that people can do that now that the stream has actually started. You only actually get notified that my stream is upcoming if you actually subscribe and click the bell thingy and tell it you want to be notified of everything. Otherwise, you don't get that much information. So, I don't want to wait too much longer because there's not a whole lot going out here if we're not discussing a topic. Has anybody noticed a change since the 2 court decisions came in? It's just like the vibes are totally different and people seem like they're kind of defeated. Has anybody else noticed that? A lot of doom and gloom. They've done their redistricting. They're gonna silence all the black people, and that means they're just gonna win everything. Just like that. It's all over. They get their redistricting, and we don't get ours. Let me not put too fine a point on that. I think it's bullshit. I mean, the doomerism is definitely not. People are kind of, people are sure that this is the end of it, the end of everything. But I disagree. I don't think this is going to be the end of everything. Don't get me wrong. We got to work our asses off. This is not going to be free. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be, just a walk in the park. People were thinking that, like, they didn't have to do anything. It doesn't matter how bad the Democrats are. We're just gonna win everything. No, that isn't it. That isn't it. We can't just assume that they're going to lose because we get the districting we want. But it goes the other direction too. We're not just going to lose because they get the districting they want. What people are forgetting, I think, is that what people are forgetting, I think, is that the American people, regardless of what I say about them being stupid a lot of the time, they're not. I mean, the ones who aren't paying attention might be because they just have no idea what's going on. But a lot of people, basically, the ones who are watching Fox News, I don't think we're going to be able to convince those guys that Trump could do anything wrong unless Fox News decides that Trump is a lunatic and needs to be stopped. Good luck with that. I'm not saying that they won't do that. They could. I'm saying that they're not going to do that just because Trump is a lunatic and, he needs to be stopped. I don't think that's going to do it. I think in order for Donald Trump to be stopped by those people, the Fox News crowd, it's going to take Fox News deciding that Trump is so destructive that if they don't stop him, if they don't remove him from power, that everything is done. And they don't believe that right now. They think, we're going to win all the elections and we're never going to win again. We're going to make it so you never win again. So that would be that whole, doom scrolling thing. And the problem with that is a lot of people on our side believe it. A lot of people on our side are believing that. Don't ever make the mistake of letting your opposition tell you what to believe. That's really not a good plan.
Good evening.
Hello.
Thank you for your stream.
Happy to be out here.
I watch it. Usually I like to check in on it.
Because everybody's down there hanging out or being hung over from last night or both, we have a topic tonight.
What's the topic?
Doom! particularly since the two redistricting decisions.
The Supreme Court's decision about the Voting Rights Act?
And Virginia's.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people are going, oh no, we're never going to win again.
I know, unless there's a revolution or...
The thing is, I think they're wrong.
You think they're wrong?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
See, the thing is, they think they're never going to lose again.
Yeah.
And they're trying to convince us to believe the same thing.
Yeah.
You should never, what I was saying as you were coming up, you should never let your opposition tell you what to think. That's never a good plan. And the reason I think that is because...
I get to have a bath set if you're more comfortable. I don't know.
Oh, I've got another chair in here too.
Oh, you're so sweet.
There's another chair. I bring
You want me to grab this chair out?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just grabbing it, and then do you want me to put it on this side or that side?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. Well,
Actually, you might want to come over here because Yay, TriMed!
In this chair, so let me have the cord back to you.
Just,
It's just like wobbling
tangled.
it. Okay.
That is one of the spare. Oh crap! I can't find a cables.
Well, it's like you have to find the right balance, right, between like total cynicism and optimism that's foolish, like some kind of balance.
Yup. Can you hear both of us, guys? It'll take about 90 seconds for them to answer that.
No worries.
In order for them to answer any quicker than 90 seconds, it requires that I have. Okay, they can hear both of us. Cool.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay.
So, what I was saying is, if it's easy enough for people to believe that that this is bad, and it is bad. I mean, it really is. But a lot of people believed that if Texas redistricted, we were going to be shut out of Texas even more than before.
Oh.
And what did they accomplish? It looks like they accomplished a dummy mander, because they redistricted to make sure that a bunch of liberals in a couple of cities didn't have a vote, except they were assuming the Hispanic vote was going to vote for Trump.
Yeah.
There's no way, after they have kidnapped Abuela, the Hispanic vote was going for Donald Trump and Donald Trump's flunkies. No way. But that's why they want to be able to just redistrict in a way that throws out any vote that they want gone. All those racial votes.
Yeah.
But Americans are not stupid. I mean, there's a lot who are damned ignorant. Oh my God, they're ignorant.
Yes.
But there's only two groups of people who are really strongly supporting Donald Trump at this point.
Evangelicals and
Oh, it's not even the evangelicals. You've got essentially the people who watch Fox News, and that is all they watch. That's their source of information. And you got the people who refuse to turn on the news for anything.
yeah.
Because if what the Pope said makes Jesus sound liberal,
Yeah.
or what Pope said is liberal, these guys have never met this guy Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Oh, it's so sad.
Now
I'm
there's
not
a
Christian, but it's just so sad.
there's a lot of Republicans who think that you can be Christian and that brand of conservative.
Yeah.
My godmother is one of them. I hope she comes to her senses.
Yeah, and they're against the Nazis, but they're involved in something like the Nazis, and they don't seem to see the.
They don't. But the more blatant it's becoming, and oh my God, is it blatant?
Yeah.
The only people who aren't showing that, the only people who can't see it, are the ones who are watching Fox News. Because the Fox News filter. Now, you can be internet connected and still very much affected by the Fox News filter.
Sell your Tesla! Get rid of your fucking Tesla!
Elon's a douchebag!
But you know what's been concerning me is I've been talking to a lot of the people I know who are on the left, somewhere on that side of the spectrum, and they're like, well, things got better. They're better now. I'm like,
Are they?
the concentration camps are just getting worse.
Yes.
Just
We're not seeing as much pushback. They're not out here confronting us, because when they were out here confronting us, more people showed up. And they think that by doing the work on the sly, doing it quietly, not announcing their presence so loudly, they can do everything they've been doing and just slip away. And the people who are actually on the real left, the people who are European left, are the ones who are saying, wait a minute, no, even if we got back to the status quo, which we did not do, this is still not good. Because we still have the situation where people can't afford rent. They're being priced out of rental homes. You know, the American dream was always property ownership. Well, people have long since been priced out of property ownership. Anybody my age might have had a chance, maybe. People much younger than me.
How are the live streams going?
We are streaming. It's really active across the street if you can't tell.
Oh yeah. It's very active.
Yeah, I feel like we should go stand back over there, but it's really nice talking to you. You're very aware.
Well,
So I'm very pleased to meet you.
I think though.
Hey Fitz, you're boring me.
Oh God help us, bored Freya. But I don't think that I don't think that we have a lot of.
I hate being bored.
I don't think we have a lot of reason to be so defeatist.
Yeah.
Because I think the American public is pissed. And I don't think it's the left American public or the centrist American public or even the right American public. Yeah. I mean, you've got people like Nick Fuentes saying, "Oh my God, Trump isn't enough of a Nazi."
Yeah.
But at the same time, you've also got, him saying, "I'm voting for Democrats because these Republicans have to go." Well, I'm not going to embrace his brand of anything. If he wants to, if he wants to acquire a clue somewhere and realize that, hey, wait a minute, these Democrats, at least some of them, are trying. There's a lot of them who aren't, and that's the problem. Is we've got all these corporate Dems who are basically MAGA light, and they're mixed in with, the IPAC crowd, and you've got them mixed in with some actual progressives who are trying to walk a tightrope because they don't want to go so far that they wind up with what the party did to Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, maybe more Americans just need to starve, die, and then they'll start getting out pitchforks. They'll storm the Capitol.
I mean, that is an unfortunate possibility. I have to say that I do not condone any sort of violence whatsoever.
I mean, I'm not violent myself, but I could just see that happening,
Yeah. And I mean, basically what I've been saying is if I ever stop not condoning it and I'll just shut up about it, that means I think things have gone so far that it's probably inevitable. And
I hear that.
But I don't think we're there yet. I think people want us to be there. But I don't think we're there yet.
Well, I'm going to go back across the street
Sure,
for my last
sure.
minutes here. I'm only here for an hour on Mother's Day, but...
Well, glad to hear.
Talking. So nice talking. I'm Edith, by the way.
Huh?
That's my real name, Edith.
Edith?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. I will forget that.
Okay, no worries. Well, I won't forget you.
But don't say what you're called online because you don't want people connecting the two.
I know. I'm bad at that. Okay.
Take care. The protesters are very subtle. Yeah. Freya is not the most mature protester we've got out here. Oh, we love her. We love her. I would suggest that maybe she gives the chuds what they want too often, but it entertains her, so whatever. She does it because she's bored and wants somebody to play with. We got a 40! Yay, TriMet! So, yeah, as I was saying, I do think that, you know, we do have our work cut out for us. I mean, I'm not really a member of anything. I mean, I am a member of the Democrat Party of Oregon, but I'm not a member of that party because of them. I'm a member because of those guys down there. And Edith there across the street, whatever she calls herself online. People who hang out down at the memorial. I'm a Democrat because of all of those people, not the members of the party, not the politicians. Because the politicians, at least mine here in Oregon, are pretty fucking corrupt, and that sucks. Why would I want to support them? I definitely do not and would not. If you appreciate these sorts of discussions, please click the like button. That helps people find them. So tonight, because I got out here so late, if you look, the sun is already down behind. The sun was behind some clouds, and now it's behind the trees over there. But last night, yeah, that's exactly it. If Freya likes to make sure that those assholes know what we think of her in a slightly more confrontational way and in a way that's more fun for her, what she's doing is she's depriving, you know, the chuds of their money and giving the chuds who are down here confronting her more of it. But anyway, in a couple of days, I don't think tomorrow, but I think Tuesday, I might have to cancel coming out here at all because it is going to be hot. Very hot and sunny. And hot and sunny enough that I can't wear short sleeves ever. And I basically, since the pandemic, my standard attire for going anywhere has been sweatpants and a t-shirt. But on top of that, I have to wear long sleeves, a hood, and gloves because, man, I had a sunburn for a month. You all saw it from No Kings. And it managed to be just my hands, but a month. I'm looking at buying a sort of a pop-up shelter. It'll be a little hard to set it up out here. I'll have to do sandbags or something. But it's not cheap. It's seriously not cheap. It is over $100. If I had it, I would spend it tonight, and it would be here Monday. The other possibility for Tuesday is because it's going to be so hot, I might not be out here at 7:30. I might make it like 8 o'clock or something. That's a fair point. So Tired points out that the more vulnerable protesters are kept safe because Freya can give it right back to them. That's totally fair. How many times have I been sitting here and the chuds have been right over there lining up, getting bear spray in their hands, ready to sneak up behind the people on the front line and spray them in the face with bear spray? How many times have we seen that happen? Oh, the violent left! Get away from me with that shit. I see that in my comments every few days or so, and I just delete it. Because that's bullshit. Freya's happy to play, but they come out here. You know, first of all, you'd think that if somebody was sane and reasonable about protesting, they would come out here and they would set up across the street from protesters. Now, I realize we're kind of, when we're out here in good numbers, we're there, we're over here where I am, we're over there, and we're over there. So all four corners, fine. But you find some place, maybe further on down the road, which they've done, you set up down there, and, you wave your signs, and you protest, and people drive by, and they honk at your group when they see you, if they support you. Or, they could be right up there on Macadam. They could walk right up there to Macadam. And right up there, they've got the main thoroughfare of traffic. They could literally have, and actually what they should do is they should be around the corner there, because then they'll get the people coming this way, because the main thoroughfare for traffic, it's nothing like what Macadam is. But Moody, which is the street to your left here, the T intersection. Moody comes out here, and this is to, Macadam to my right here is kind of a one-way beyond here, really. But no, if they were serious about trying to be a counter-protest, they would set up out here, and they would try and get the honks and waves and support. Fuck ICE! They would get that. We don't see them doing that, do we? And the fact is, they don't do it because they don't have any support. So what they do is they come in, They mix right into our groups. Screw Donald Trump! I have tried SPF gloves. That is what I'm currently doing. But when you've got, your head covered, you're covered head to toe, your hands are covered. I've even had to cover my face at times. And, it's all moisture wicking fabric, or at least the shirt I'm wearing is moisture wicking, and the SPF gloves are. But yeah, it just gets so hot in that. And I've got to wear, a wide brimmed hat. I mean, you guys have seen me in my hat. This thing, because I need the coverage all the way out to here to block sunlight. Because if I don't have that, I become suddenly totally blind very quickly. And at that point, I can't even use my phone to navigate on the bus system. And all of the accessible apps that I used to use, they don't exist anymore. They all went away or became paid apps, or rather, adware apps that don't work right and aren't accessible anymore. So the one app I use, I should sometime do like a screencast on it or something. It's an app called Transit. It requires that you give them, to fully benefit from it, it requires that you give them your location information. And I mean, they're going to collect it, even if you don't sign up for an account. But to fully unlock the app, you have to pay for it. It's about $30 a year. And you're giving them your location data. But what they're doing in return is they are giving you, they're giving you the information about where your buses are according to everyone else in Portland who's riding the same bus. That is so useful. Scrolled too far. What I put in my cart, if you look at my, I have a list on Amazon. If you look at what's on it, the highest priority thing, it sort of looks like a halfway in between a tent and one of those 10 by 10 pop-up, out in the park setting up a booth to try and get people to sign petition sort of shelters. The sort, the 10 by 10, easy up. It's a cross between the two. It's made with tent materials, but it's like a small, easy up, pop-up shelter. And that, I could set that up out here, open up 2 of the 3 walls that have a screen, and leave the one closed until nighttime. And I could just sit under that. Now, it really wants to be staked into the ground at a couple of places, but, it does have the option of sandbags for that. And that is how I would do it, I think. This one's intended as a camping shelter. There are other beach shelters. The thing about most of the beach shelters is that they're too short. You're expected to be sitting on the ground underneath it, or at most sitting on a chair. This is something you could stand up in underneath it. Which is good because that makes me a good, what's the word I want? That makes me a good citizen for the people around me that I'm sharing the space with. Because I can't just, wall myself up inside a shelter and not be with other people and not, I can't be monopolizing all that space for just myself, Those are awfully small. And I do kind of want the air to move a little bit. Anyway, like I said, the one I was looking at, if you, maybe Chris can grab the link. If you don't know how to do an Amazon link the shortest way possible, Chris, you can just take Amazon.com/ anything before the DP / is not needed. Amazon.com / DP / the thing immediately after the DP. And then the final / is not necessary, but there's either a final / and then question mark, all the tracking garbage. You don't need any of that. Yeah, I was thinking about an umbrella. I just really have to, head to toe. Fuck Donald Trump! Yes, I am planning to get myself a neck fan. That is going to be real important. But that I'm not putting on the Amazon list because it's not really equipment for being out here. That's, me surviving the summer. And me surviving the summer anywhere is not for being out here, specifically. Oh yes, I should say something about that. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms. If you are a mom, happy Mother's Day. If you are not a mom, well, happy Mother's Day anyway. And you should call yours. Y'all did that, right? You might have to click on the product to get to the product page. I couldn't do it from the list either. I had to actually click on the link. Then it took me to a product page. see, with nobody out here, I've got a pretty good... That helped a little. At least some of these things I am not getting on Amazon either. But Amazon is very convenient to have a wish list. I mean, if what I'm looking for is available at Costco, that's the cheapest place to get it, honestly. Hey, hey! Yay, TriMet! All are welcome! I wish I could tell if these drivers actually wave back. My mom is actually up here in, well, she's in Vancouver. I'm in Portland, across the river. She's in the local Vancouver, not so local Vancouver. If she was in the not so local Vancouver, they might not let her back into the country when they found out that I was her son or something. You know, it's funny how that works. It seems a lot of people aren't MAGA, just in general. Fewer every single time you check to see if somebody is or not. So I do have an umbrella out here. Handy even. But I don't think it's quite going to solve my problem. I don't think that's quite going to work. So I'll show you guys what it's for here in just a second. You put there's the tripod mount, and you can slot this umbrella. Why did you pick this up in your duh, I am left-handed like all the great geniuses of history. By the way, did you guys know I'm very modest? So, there's a... and that... Hey, I might actually need to make use of that. Because that actually... that's designed to keep the rain off the phone. But what it also does is... I think it might make it so I can read chat more easily. Yeah, it might, actually. Well, I might need to make use of that for that precise purpose of being able to read my chat when it's sunnier. Yeah, I might definitely. I definitely am going to find that umbrella is going to make it easier to read chat earlier in the evening. So that is something I should take advantage of going forward. Oh no! If you just go up to the top of the chat, it is the first comment. Oh, it's also in the pinned comment. So if you reload, it'll be pinned. Last night was fun. It turns out that the problem with my stream near the end was not, in fact, my internet connection at all. That was annoying. Yep, that's the wish list. The first thing on it is the pop-up shelter that I am looking at. Like I said, it's a cross between a pop-up shelter and a tent. And it has the advantage of being a thing that you can actually set up, open up two of the sides and leave the third one closed that way it would be just a place for people to get out of the sun. Me and, whoever else needs that. It's not, incredibly expensive as camping equipment goes, although camping equipment is relatively hideously priced. But the reason why I was looking at that in particular rather than an Easy Up, because an Easy Up would have been, more generic. It would have been a, single, just a roof and no sides. And then you buy a side for $20. At which point you've got about, the point when you add a side, you're at the $100 mark already. But the reason why the Coleman thing, rather than, an Easy Up, is that the Easy Up weighs 23 pounds, I think. And there was some that were even more than that. And then you have sandbags on top of that, because I can't stake it into the ground. Not out here. Whereas this pop-up shelter is less than 15, because it's made out of, tent materials. That seemed much more doable. So that was why I picked that one. Yeah, I might also consider looking at Flea Bay as well. See, I gotta take the since nobody is down there, I wanted to go have a look at the memorial. But my phone's battery is sad. Sorry, guys. I should have done the battery thing before I took the phone off of the tripod. Y'all know damn well by now that if we're looking at me, worst protest videographer ever, that's just how things go. So, are you parking, driving, what? It is possible to step off right there and not onto this little path. Ask me how I know. still here. Doesn't matter if they wreck the shrine, if they come out here and clear it away. We will keep remaking it. Because this shit means something. Let's put that somewhere slightly better. It's not going to go anywhere. I just don't want it to blow away. That is waterproof paper, so and we're still zoomed in. There we go. So, yes, there is not an address on file because I'm sure the Chuds all know where I live and they have not been posting my address yet. But that, I assume that's only because the ones who have it won't, but it's the only address I have is the apartment where most nights I'm leaving Katie alone when I come out here. I don't tend to worry about my safety as much as I possibly should out here. And if I'm at home, anybody who wants to threaten Katie's safety is likely to learn that I keep a good 9mm rape whistle, and I'm not afraid to use it. P.O. box is an extra expense, though. I'm a guy who's had $110 contributed total to my channel. I've had to buy 2 separate masks, respirator masks, and carry bags for it. That's $300. I've managed to buy a camera that I can't actually use until I get my SIM card going and kind of hack my hotspot for my alternate method of recording stuff. Then I'll be able to use my $300 GoPro. So, I mean, I'm kind of $600 in just on those 2 expenses. And I mean, I already had the wagon and I already had the chairs. But kind of I'm operating on a shoestring budget on disability income. And I don't want to make my channel about, please give me a super chat. Oh, let's get a donation hype train going. Fuck that shit. Could I? Yeah. Would it be a better way to make, you know, a living? Yeah. But that's also, you know, the same kind of grifty sort of shit that the people who restream me do. Basically, I'm out here regardless of whether or not anybody else is, or if they're all, you know, hanging out over across the street, just sitting around, chilling. I'm out here because as long as people are still being kidnapped, as long as Donald Trump is still in office, as long as our country is facing kind of an existential threat from a fascist party and its supreme leader and his fucking death cult, as long as that's all still going on, I got reason to be out here, you know? Don't mind me, I'm fighting with a cable here. I'm not even really shaking the camera, probably, he says. There is a clever solution to the cable. So, if we don't need to worry about these decisions, and again, not worrying about the decisions is the wrong thing to say. If we don't need to lose our shit over these decisions and assume it's all over because a couple of assholes in black robes decided that they're happy to help fascism along, how do we get other people's attention on that? How do we help other people realize that we have how do we help other people see that basically the battle isn't over? Because obviously Fox News is not going to tell them that. And frankly, I don't trust CNN to tell them that either. I mean, do you? Because at least part of the problem is, more than ever, Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are a liability. What's really fucking sad about that is the and others. Most people don't know who the others are and won't know who the others are because they're not white. It really fucking sucks that the only people that anybody cares about them killing are the white people. I mean, and I feel like I have to say that because you don't look much whiter than me. Regardless of anything else, an albino is always going to be the whitest looking person you're ever going to meet.
I think we should bring him back, huh?
And if I don't say it, if I don't say that this is, that you're not hearing about the others because of racism, if I don't say that, it kind of sounds like wah, 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 whining when brown people do. And I know that it feels like that because at times I had thought so. Yay, TriMet! We support public transit! I just need a big fucking sign that says we support public transit. That would be awesome. Oh, the participants are all down there, that way. But I'm over here because I've got the camera. And our point is to keep our eye on them and, you know, catch their comings and goings. And I'm talking to you guys. Nah, maybe not 100%, but there is corruption at every level. There is no part of our government that is free of corruption. It really does. Let's pan up and look at that. Yeah. That tree looked so fucking amazing. I'm always so glad to come over here and see this tree. Yeah, that's a street light. It's awfully dim. I'm looking for a moon in the sky, and I do not see one currently. I didn't think to look to see what time moonrise was tonight, or moonset. It might have already set this time of year. Hey, we have an Ethan. This is a Fox News alert! Donald Trump is still a piece of shit! Oh. Okay, I can't do that voice. It was fun. Yeah, that was my attempt at South Park. It's hard to do it at enough volume to to actually be heard inside the building. And you'll notice that one of the things that is not on my list, there are some pretty expensive things on my list. Like, I got a new phone with a larger screen that I could actually read chat, possibly during the daytime. Because I'd be able to use the larger font size. I can't do that with a small screen. I damn near need a phablet device, not a phone. But one thing you'll notice is not on the list is a replacement for my megaphone, because a couple of reasons. One, I was just being too immature with the thing. I could replace it. It would be fun. But I was being more juvenile with it than even Freya. And Freya's fairly juvenile with a megaphone. And it was getting my streams marked 18 plus. And for another thing, that is something that I would not consider essential equipment to have out here to do streaming. It might be useful. I mean, like, I've got some medical stuff in there that might be useful, you know, for my safety and other people's safety. But I don't think a megaphone is going to be necessary for people's safety out here. And unless I do a whole bunch of other things first, I don't have a place to put it anyway. The wagon is pretty stacked as I leave home with it. You know, unless I am replacing the table with one that uses up less space, that's in there. Specifically, I went for a table that was easier to set up, faster to set up, and could be set up when there's more people out here, and is big enough for a laptop. That is really what I have a table for, is for a laptop. I'm aiming for things that just take up less space in the wagon. If I'm replacing anything that, you know, I've actually bought. Like, I got a couple of lawn chairs on my list. It's not a competition. Nathan's trying to do other things, and he was out really late last night. Helicopter? I would say that was Lifelight. Fuck MAGA! I didn't go out there to do that because I had other things to do, for one. And I mean, last night I needed some sleep. But today, I'm like, I don't need to go out there for Cash Patel. I don't care. I think I think I managed to irritate Nathan. I know I managed to irritate Bree. There's a thing that kind of messes with our streams, and they're not convinced that it's an issue. I am. But I am because of something that was mentioned to me specifically about it. I think there is a problem that some people are looking to make sure that only a certain kind of stream is out here, and of course the fact is that the chuds don't show up hardly ever anymore. So if they're trying to make sure that the only stream is theirs, until recently they didn't have a place to go, and now they've got one. So I don't think we ought to be doing that, personally. I don't think we should be giving them... And you know what? I get it. I used to... This is me being, formerly a Republican talking. I get it. I've heard for years and years and years, oh my God, we shouldn't be platforming. Don't give them a platform. Don't give them a platform. And I was like, really? Get the fuck out of here with that. No, there's a point to it. There really is. And the point to it is that if they've got their platform, then they feel like they can destroy all others. And I don't think we should be encouraging that, personally. Anyway, it's a disagreement that he and I have about managing things. I mean, the chuds don't last very long around here. They really don't. And he tries to give them at least, on his mainstream, he tries to not seem like he's trying to shut them down. It's like you realize they don't care if they shut you down. I think it's one of those things, it's kind of an argument we have with a lot of Democrats who are like, classically, they go low, we should go high. I don't think we should. I think that, the world where we play by some sort of arbitrarily nicey rules disappeared. But I don't want people to get the idea. I really don't want to get people. I don't want to see people getting the right idea. Getting the idea that somehow Nathan is not a friendly streamer, or that he is running, a chud stream or anything. He's not. He's out here. He runs a mainstream that is his primary stream. And then he's got his mods who are basically worked to the bone as it is. He's a lot bigger channel than I am. You know, I started first, but he was more consistent at the right time, so he got a lot bigger than me, a lot quicker. And his mods are worked to the bone, keeping the shit out of his channel. So now that he's got a second stream, which is really just his body cam backup in case somebody, you know, attacks him or whatever, because that did fucking happen. You know, he's got a second stream now. And he doesn't want to overburden his mods with moderating it. I get it. That makes total sense. And you kind of got to be careful with who you invite as a moderator.
Maybe.
You got to be a little careful with that. Fuck Donald Trump! The guy said thanks as he walked by and I was talking, so. Yeah, there's so much. But even when, you know, when his primary is moderated, you know, he's got rules over there, and then it's like if they toss all the MAGA people, it's like, what rule did I violate? That's one of the reasons why I don't have them. My rule is don't piss off the moderators. And there's a reason for that. It's because I have been a moderator many places myself over the years. I mean, my internet experience dates back to the 90s, you know, mid-90s. And in that time, I have been a moderator, a server operator, all the things. And what I have learned is if you give people an enumerated list of rules, you're going to have some piece of shit who's going to try and see if he can break your rules without breaking your rules. Someone out there is going to be a wise ass. And my thing is, I'm not interested in dealing with that. And I would rather my moderators not have to be interested in dealing with that. So I just say, hey, don't piss off the moderators. Yeah, Mindy is awesome. I used to have that, you know, the attitude of, whatever, doesn't matter what they say. I did. And what ended up happening from that is, you know, somebody was pointing out that they're doing things to try and trigger people into saying something that will get them banned from YouTube. So it's like, okay, my desire to let people have their say, because I don't care, is running up against them trying to see if they can trigger people with hate speech and, you know, see if they can get somebody, you know, the Westboro Baptist shitbags, literally this is what they do. They're a religion? No. They're a cult? Still no. They're a law firm? Yes. They're literally a law firm. They will go out. I am being very allergic tonight. I think I may have forgotten to take my allergy medication, and it shows. They're going out of their way to be as offensive as possible, to see if they can make somebody angry enough to do something that they can file a lawsuit over. It's very deliberate. Well, that is how MAGA behaves. They're deliberately trying to see if they can provoke something. I mean, it's literally that if you do it, you're going to get in trouble. And it basically isn't good for people to be the one who says, okay, and punches them in the face. And again, as a person with a, background in education, I cannot condone punching some MAGA piece of shit in the face. The best thing you can do, though, is recognize that there's always going to be somebody who is going to try to push the rules past the breaking point without actually breaking any rules. And the more you do to that, have you noticed that like every fucking site on the internet has vague bullshit rules where they will never tell you what you did wrong? Now, the thing is, they've got long-ass vague and inspecific rules so that they can decide at a moment that you've broken them. And you go, what the hell did I do? Well, the thing is, these guys know exactly what they're doing. But they're gonna whine and cry the moment somebody enforces a rule, because they're like, I didn't do that. You're saying I did that. I didn't do that. The only way to deal with that shit is simply to say, the rule is, don't piss off the people who enforce the rules. Because people go, oh, that's unfair. But at the same time, they know how to do it. Don't have to tell them, don't post, yay, MAGA is so awesome and I want to have Trump's baby, and I would if I were actually a woman, but I'm not. You post that shit, your ass is gone. You're just gone. My mods aren't gonna put up with that shit. I'm a very squeaky male person. My criticism of pronouns is mostly people who ask you what your pronouns are and then demonstrate seconds later that they do not give even half a single fuck what you told them your pronouns were. that is my objection to pronoun stuff. That, and I think some people get a little over ridiculous about it. I mean, if somebody's deliberately going out of their way to be insulting, then, you know, you've got a right to be insulted. If somebody made a mistake, they made a mistake. But don't ask me what my pronouns are if you don't actually care. If you ask me and then 5 minutes later they, them, me, and I tell you my pronouns are he, him, then you didn't actually care. And truth is, they don't. It's something that they ask because they're institutionally required to do so, to demonstrate that they care, except they don't. In here or in Nate's or somewhere else? I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I offer full discretion over whether you get timed out or you just get banned. I've decided I will go through and remove the bans once in a while just because, you know, it's possible somebody got banned who probably was not intended to be. Especially given that at least some of the time that could happen just because I'm fat fingering my phone while I can't really see the screen in the sunlight. But there are a lot of things that we can actually do besides, and I'm getting off into something that might have been like tomorrow's topic or something, but man, I suspect, I wanted to make this a topic for a while now, and I suspect if I wait for it to be, it's either going to have to be on a Sunday like now, or it will be, if I try to do it during the week, basically, there's never going to be a good time for it. Because during the week, oh my God, every day there is so much. There is so much. And, what I wanted to talk about, maybe on a Sunday, something like tonight, so now seems like a good idea, was things we can do to, I mean, people like to say, okay, you know, you can canvass for your local candidates and you know really need to get involved with the local election because all elections are ultimately local, and you know you can get people to sign petitions and you can, you know, knock on doors for. I'm an introvert. I'm not knocking on doors. I'm not. I mean, I come out here, but I talk to you guys. But, like, if you all were sitting here in front of me, I would have a lot less to say, probably. But what can people do other than, all of the stuff they always say to do for politics and blah, blah, blah? You can get involved with, we are likely to see, if things go much further, we're likely to see some civil unrest. I'm sorry to say it, it's likely to happen. We're also likely to see a bus like this. Let's see, what is it? A 35! Yay, TriMet!
I've been listening to you.
Huh?
I've been listening to you.
Oh,
Very good. Very good stuff.
I appreciate it, thank you.
I really am enjoying it. Today's Mother's Day, so
It is.
I wanted to come and say a prayer for the immigrant mothers that can't see their kids today, or they can't see her.
Well, hang on, would you like to have a seat?
I'm going to go over to the
Oh,
memorial.
well, do you mind if I follow you over there?
Sure.
Yeah, I was over there earlier, but I will, let's see, how are we doing on battery? Yeah, good enough. I'll leave the battery here. I've been doing this thing where I very carefully slide the camera off the one clamp and onto the other.
That's a
But-
great idea.
But I'm not that good at it.
Go across the street.
Sure. And it is right in front of this, so have to be a little careful stepping off the sidewalk onto the path because I have no depth perception.
Okay, just stay next to me.
Yeah, that's fine. I know where I am now, but I never think about where is the start of that path. And now I know that now I've stopped to think about it, that it's right across from just the ramp.
So, people listening?
I think they are. 77 of them.
Oh, can they hear me?
Can you guys hear Pam? I'll move closer to you.
They don't see me though.
Nah.
Can you hear me, everyone?
Takes about 90 seconds. So, yes, they can hear you.
Well, we're here in remembrance today for the immigrants, that the children that are at home crying for their mother are for good, where the children will never be able to see her again. But in honor of them and remembrance of them and the suffering and the pain that these families are going through, and to remind ourselves to be grateful, and to remind ourselves that what we're pushing back on is important. These people matter. I know they've made them unhuman, but they're beautiful people. And I'm just get saddened sometimes that a lot of people are not down here at the ICE building supporting us like there should be. Because I'm telling you what, it's not going to be long when Trump's going to put us all on a train. But these people have died. They're being tortured in these concentration camps. You can't call them detention centers. They're not.
They are concentration camps.
There are concentration camps. So if you're feeling sad today or not grateful, try to remember these people and what they're going through and what they've been through and how much they have lost. We have a lot to be grateful for. Just keep them in your heart. send out good thoughts, good to the Great Spirit. Bless you all. I'm going to do a video myself.
My godmother had a very simple prayer. And she, my good Irish Catholic godmother always used to pray that may everything being done in the dark be brought into the light, and may everything brought into the light be resolved according to God's will. It's a very simple prayer and extremely powerful. So, to that I will always say amen. And my Irish godmother, Catholic Irish godmother, last time I talked to her was very MAGA. It's one of the reasons why we don't talk anymore. But she is, she was MAGA. But that was Pam. Pam was MAGA. Pam was at January 6th. Received a pardon from the Pumpkin Spice Cheeto himself. Pumpkin Spice Nazi, the Cheeto in chief. I wasn't necessarily MAGA, but I was certainly a MAGA adjacent Republican, a normie Republican, but I voted for the motherfucker. So there is life after MAGA. There's life after the Republican Party. We set up this memorial for the family members, our friends, our neighbors, our family members who've been kidnapped, sent off to concentration camps, tortured, raped, killed, deported to who knows what, might even be worse. We think of this memorial as for Alex Preddy and Renee Good, and for all of the others who have been killed. What is it, 34, 36 people have been killed by those fucking ICE agents. And I mean, we know that some of the people who worked on this memorial are indigenous, so they're remembering family and friends, neighbors who have suffered because we still abuse our Native Americans. Fucking Donald Trump wants to deport Native Americans. He wants to deport the Indians. He probably thinks they need to go back to India. Fucking pups. We've got people who are Arabs. Some of them may be Palestinian. They have been down here at this memorial. They're remembering the people of Palestine who have been subjected to abuse and violence, murder, genocide, ethnic cleansing. Somebody said, it's not genocide. It's not genocide. Genocide would be wiping them all out, every single one, and that's not what's happening. Like, well, you're willing to agree it's ethnic cleansing, right? Oh yeah, it's definitely that. Well, yeah, still a fucking war crime. So you got the people who remember people of Palestine. I don't know if any Iranians have been down here, but people of Iran are remembering family and friends back home who have died, not because of the Ayatollahs and Khomeini and fucking lunatic government, as bad as they are, but because Netanyahu and Trump decided that they wanted to make Iran at least not part of, at least get rid of the religious government of Iran, and maybe, just maybe, see if they can make Iran part of Israel. Or at least, extract all that oil money. There are a lot of people who've got a lot to remember. That's why I put that little message there that says that we will not forget. And I won't forgive until we have justice. That message will probably be here until the city comes and clean this out as some sort of blight, or the fucking chuds come here and destroy this thing again. Or it blows away. It's waterproof paper, so it will survive the rain. But we are remembering all of these people. Because we're not going to let the Republican Party cause us to forget. We're not going to let them erase history so that it's forgotten. May everything being done in the dark be brought into the light, and everything brought into the light be resolved. It's a simple thing to ask, but it's so much, because it really covers anything anyone is trying to do in secret. It's not enough anymore, because what Republicans are doing isn't in the dark anymore. I mean, what they have been doing was in the dark, but now it's in the light. So the first half is already done. Well, now that it's brought into the light, may it be resolved. Calling your representative, they say it doesn't do anything, but it does. And I know that the people you most need to call, if you live in, I suspect Papa Wheelie lives in a red state. They may not want to hear from him, but make sure that they hear from you. Wherever you live, make sure they hear from you. Make sure they know that you're watching, you're paying attention. Because this has got to stop. And if our elected leaders won't stop it, by God, the American people will. We will stop it eventually. And if it comes to us to stop it, holy shit. Hell's coming with us. I don't know if I have anything else to say besides that. Fight the good fight. That's all we can do. And we shouldn't give up now just because some assholes in black robes think, oh, yeah, we're going to make it so they never win again. Oh. No, that's not how that works. How it works is you think you can be so disgusting and despicable that you will make the country into something that the ultra minority control. And then America is going to roll over and let you do it. Fuck you. But it's not going to be for free. It's not going to be for free. We have to do it. We have to take it from them. So, I guess that's what I needed to say about that. Let's go say hi to Ethan. Hey man, very much appreciate you coming out here.
Yeah, of course. Protest bunny came by.
Yeah. It was good to see her out here.
Here's the bunny just a minute ago.
Haha. Oh.
And he's coming up closer now, because he started over there, and
Oh.
now he's over here in front of... He's gone now.
Oh.
He's gone now. But yeah, and then he comes running over here, and this was him just like right there.
Oh.
He's been comfortable with me. He keeps getting closer. he comes through here, and then he jots over that direction after he comes by here. But yeah, he's a regular. I was just about to take off, and then that happened. I was like, oh, hang out a little longer. That was sweet.
Well,
how's your day going?
not bad. It is possibly going to be easier to come out here, although I'm going to have to... I need to buy basically a pop-up shelter of some sort. Because yesterday, because I have to wear long sleeves and, hood underneath the hat and gloves on top of that, because I spent a month recovering from my sunburn.
Yeah.
So, I will suffocate if I have to dress like that constantly.
It's funny, I actually just ordered a UV umbrella.
I thought about that.
It's coming in Wednesday, and I got one for a friend too. For whatever reason, I didn't think about it, but yeah, I should have.
I put on my Amazon list, it's kind of a cross between a tent and pop shelter, like an Easy Up.
Okay, yeah, there are some that are freestanding. This is just an umbrella that is UV reflective, yeah.
But I was thinking about this, and it's like it's 110. It's going to be closer to 125 if I want it now.
Yeah.
And I might need it by Tuesday. Although I can just come out here on Tuesday late enough that I won't need it. But
you can just come later, yeah. I go back and forth with that. I like to show up early because there's a little bit more action, but then I'll show up here and I'll be here at 6 and I'll stand here and get...
During the week, there's not much out here, though, at 6 during the week.
Well, I mean, I still want to be here.
Yeah.
So, I get hit by the sun for like 5 or 10 minutes, and it's like, I can't take it. So yeah, I generally have to leave if I'm getting hit by sun. But I can always come back a little bit later, and that's easier.
But because I'm, needing to do something about that so that I can something,
Yeah.
I'm going to have to buy this thing or something like it. And I wanted to get something that was going to keep me out of the sun, but also something that wasn't going to completely monopolize that space over there.
Sure.
Because that's the space I share.
Yeah. Get something that works for you, and there's some people that would probably appreciate
Yes,
it. And
yes.
also
I know that.
take some shade there, so yeah.
Yeah, so I put it on my Amazon list, and people have my PayPal if they want to contribute. But my thing is, I have to tell people I'm not going to see the PayPal until tomorrow. Well, I'll see it tonight, but I'll have stopped streaming because I've only got the one device. So I need to find another phone or something so that I can actually, leave this on the tripod and then pull up my chat and pull up my notifications.
Yeah. I'll keep an eye out. You use an iPhone?
Android.
Android, okay. I can't do myself.
I've been using all Pixel devices because I've put a secure operating system on them.
Okay, yeah. That's smart. Yeah.
But I've been really... What I put on my Amazon list was a Pixel 10 XL, which is not what I'm likely to end up with because I'm likely to see what is the best thing I can get on Fleabay when I get something. And it'll be, large screen, and with the Pixel I'll be able to get, somebody to install a new battery in it because it's probably going to need it. What?
Huh. All right.
Ethan and I are standing here going, what? At Mike with brought to you by Pure Cane Sugar. Are we making fun of Shane in my chat? Oh, probably, because they're talking about having multiple chats open. I wasn't watching the chat because I was over there at the memorial, and Pam was offering some words, and I had a few myself. So I went down there to look at it, my little piece of paper with my little messages over there. It's on waterproof paper, so if it doesn't blow away, it'll be there until the Chuds ruin the memorial or the city clears it out as some sort of blight.
Yes.
Stupid. But the battery is getting low, so I'm running back across the street now.
Cool. I'm gonna take off soon, so.
All right, you take care.
Well.
Have a good night.
Stay safe, yeah.
Oh, cars coming? Yes. I will wait for the cars that are coming. Just the one. And of course, I cross the street and another car is coming. Nope, that's actually stopped. So that's the thing. No depth perception at all. I can't tell that car is stopped. Oof. Until a car passes in front of it. Then I can tell that the car is not going anywhere. Headlights! Well, they figured it out. Well, the reason why I use Android, I actually was an Apple user for the longest time, but I want to have a properly, like, I'm tired of people getting access to all my data. Oh. I see. As the feeder turns. So, restreams. Y'all know that I allow it currently with credit. Some assholes are continuing to not give credit, or at least not giving it properly. Android isn't necessarily, and I mean Google is the worst offender at data. But you have two options for better security. You have Graphene OS, which runs on specifically Google Pixel phones, the non-Verizon Google Pixel phones. And if it has VZN in the model number, you can't use it. But Graphene OS exists, and what that does is it lets you install. First of all, it comes without Google Play services, so most apps will not work. But you can create multiple profiles, and if you're an Android user, you might know about the work profile option. Well, it lets you create multiple profiles, and you can say, in this one, we'll have Google Play services, and Google Play services will have these permissions. And in this one, fuck Donald Trump! In this one, it'll have these permissions, and this one will have these permissions. And the idea is that basically, you know, these are all kept separate. Calyx OS. Yay, TriMed! There's a 35! Calyx is missing some of the security that Graphene has. The major specific thing that it has that that Graphene does is Graphene isn't going to let you have access to things like signature spoofing. Signature spoofing is a major security flaw. So Graphene definitely is not going to allow you, just like Android from Google won't. Except Graphene is better at it. But not allowing signature spoofing means that you're stuck using Google Play services, and you don't have the option to use Micro G instead. And Micro G is basically Google Play services without the Google Play services. If that makes any sense. It's an implementation of Google Play services that isn't made by Google. And that has the advantage of, I wish I could just zoom properly. You can with a vertical, but it's hard with, ooh, trippy. Hang on. There we go. Good night, Mike. Micro G isn't Google Play services, but it pretends to be. And like my Banks app works, my diabetes app works, a whole bunch of things that are kind of picky about whether or not you're running a properly secure phone work just fine. Cash App does not. Cash App is the one thing that does not work. It won't work on a graphene phone either, though, so... Yeah, the limitation with Cash App is just that it requires higher levels of paranoia than even graphene will allow, because it insists on Google, 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 Google. And I'm not willing to do that. I'm not willing to use Cash App because of the face scanning. You want to scan my face and have biometric no. Just no. It's a weird thing that with those very bright fluorescent lights, the auto white balance adjustment in the phone will occasionally get trippy, and the trick to it is usually to flip the camera back and forth, or sometimes you can just do that to solve the problem. My channel, the entire time that I have had my channel, I have managed to raise $111. They were all down there. I don't know if anybody's still out there, but they were all hanging out down there with a boom box and sitting around and just kind of hanging out earlier. There was about 20 of them, but I wouldn't be surprised if they went home. I'm still out here because I come out here on days when there's less going on, and I bring topics. Tonight's topic, which we already discussed, probably about as far as it's going to go, is about people kind of dooming and glooming and having sort of a defeatist attitude about the Supreme Court's decision and the one out of Virginia. They're basically saying Republicans can redistrict however they want, but Democrats can't. Ha ha ha. We can do whatever we want, and you can't do anything, and you'll never win an election again. That's, when the attempt to steal and defraud an election from the people who are always talking about how anything Democrats do is stealing and defrauding the election, the attempt to defraud this election and deprive people of their vote and their right to be heard is so blatant. It's full mask off. If we win, it was a fair election, even if it wasn't. And if you win, it was totally cheated. Everything was cheated. Everything's fake. It's all fake news. It's a hoax. They stole the election from me. I won. I won, Mom. Mom, I won. Did you know that I won, Mom? It is so fucking stupid. And so transparent and so blatant that I don't think the American public are gonna fall for it. And I don't think their districting is gonna matter. Not if Democrats and other people who aren't maybe Democrats but give a shit seriously get off our fucking asses and work to get people's attention. Now, part of the problem is fucking Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer. They will do. The corporate Democrats will do abso-fucking-lutely everything. They will spend inordinate amounts of money. They will give whatever concession they think will win the moderate vote from the Republicans. You want to deport people? Okay, we'll deport some of the neighbors, but we won't deport everybody. We'll deport some. We'll leave grandma alone, but mom is getting deported. They'll do some of that shit. You want tax cuts for the rich? Okay, we'll give tax cut for the absolute richest, but not the second most richest, maybe. That'll be good, right? Fucking putzes. The corporate Dems will do absolutely everything to try and win flyover country, except fucking go there. They will not go there and actually talk to these people and find out what it is they actually care about. Because I guarantee you, if they go to these places that they dare not tread, that are inconvenient to go to, if they go to Middle America and talk to people, they're not going to be saying, you know, I want tax cuts for the rich. They're going to be saying, why the fuck is my gas $5 a gallon so that Donald Trump can fly in a private plane that costs $400 million donated by Qatar? Why is this government running entirely on bribes and grifts and scams? Why are the American taxpayers paying not millions at this point, but literal billions for scams? When we can't even afford groceries and rent. Why is our government pissing away $1 billion a day and telling us we can't afford to make sure that poor people don't fucking die in the streets because they can't get into a hospital? And why are they having to go into a hospital in the first place when half the money, hell, less than half the money, usually it's like a tenth of the money, could have been spent on prevention, making sure they didn't need to go to the hospital in the first place? Why are we pissing away $1 billion a day when essential services keep getting cut? For Iran? Iran was only a threat because you decided to bomb the shit out of them. And you know what? If you weren't bombing the shit out of them, Iran would cease to be a threat. every day should be a rough day for Donnie. Yeah, so this is the sort of shit that we discuss when there's not many people out here, which is the case for most weeknights. Friday and Saturday are the the days people are out here these days. They come out a little earlier on Saturday, or on Sunday. They were out here earlier. Like I said, there were about 20 people over right down there, hanging out. They brought food and drink, and they were sitting around and hanging out, keeping an eye on the ice building. But I will be over here until shift change. There's going to only be one car coming in or out tonight, probably, but I'll be here for it, because fuck these guys. You know, the more time Donald Trump spends golfing, the less time he spends doing much of anything else. Now, the problem with that is that instead of him doing anything, you've got fucking Keg's breath doing shit. I do what I can. I don't have Nathan comes out here and he'd leave by 9 p.m. if he didn't get $30 in contributions. And I don't have those kind of expenses. I'm going to need to spend that $125 probably, but I don't have the sort of expenses that he does for gas and whatnot. My biggest expenses are, getting my hands on another device, and ideally a bigger screen one. Or, that shelter for basically my own safety. Because I'm likely to need a medic if I don't arrange that. Because on Tuesday it's going to be so hot and so sunny. If I don't arrange that by then, I'm likely to wind up needing medical attention for heat exhaustion. Because I gotta wear long sleeves. I don't care if it's 106 degrees. In fact, if it's 106 degrees, even more so. Long sleeves, a hood over my head. Do I think Trump cares about any flooding in Oregon? None. Donald Trump doesn't give a shit about anything but Donald Trump. I was wondering if you're asking if I thought Nathan cared. No, Nathan clearly does. Trump definitely does not. Do I carry enough water? I now carry this big cooler bag full of water. Well, not full of water, but big cooler bag. It's got a couple of things of water, and they're cold, but I need to start carrying more. I'm going to the grocery store tomorrow, and I'm going to pick up a flat of water when I get there. I've got 2 bottles in there currently, but I need to start carrying probably 6 would be a good idea, just for myself. No. Today, what I have are 2 of these and 2 water. But tonight is a colder night, and there are not. That's a problem. There are not enough places to be. I mean, I would sort of suggest setting up, you know, a changing tent and, you know, fuck MAGA! Also fuck ICE! I'd suggest picking up a, you know, changing tent and, you know, a bucket with a toilet seat lid, some bio bags. But the fact is, if we had that out here, somebody is going to do some gross shit out there on the front line. And I'm not wanting to encourage that. Friday will be a good sized one. Small. Saturday is when, you know, we've got the DJ, and you can take a look at my video yesterday. It was a little smaller than is typical for Saturday, but about 9:30, because tomorrow was small because of the Cash Patel thing. But about 9:30 or so, people showed up, and then there was about 50, 60 people. The next really big protest, I am not sure. We need to have one of them, I think. Hope whoever they've been called for is all right, or will be. Yep, it is. Sure would be nice if he didn't make it that far. The world would be better off. Not suggesting anybody go and do anything about that, but I mean, sure would be nice if a patriotic cheeseburger did its duty for its country. Oh, it'll be huge. It'll be huge. Fuck ice! Technically, it's 10 o'clock. We should turn down the volume a little bit. It's just barely 10, and I just noticed. Take care, Ethan. Yeah, a ballroom that was supposed to cost not a single dollar. There's gonna be no expense. It's entirely paid for by private donations that I'm gonna shove in my pocket and then make you pay for it. The entire thing is being paid for by private donations. The only thing that the public is going to be paid for is security infrastructure. Like, for example, the concrete. The concrete is probably security infrastructure. But the reason why people know exactly what you're talking about when it's pointed out is why I don't think it's going to be that hard to convince people to vote in a way that all of this redistricting bullshit doesn't matter. Because people aren't just miffed. They're not just upset. People are enraged. You know, I don't think it's 99% of it is for the bunker underneath. I don't think so, because Donald Trump gets to build it the way he wants it. It's all going to be gold. Everything's going to be made of gold. Do you know why gold is that color? Because only that color is gold. You know, unfortunately, as much as it would be great if Donald Trump had a fucking heart attack tomorrow and died, the world would be so much better off if that happened. I'm selfish. I want to see Donald Trump live to be either impeached or forced out of office, because we will have the 2028 election and he's not allowed to run again. He'll try, but he ain't gonna be president in 2029. So I wanted to have him live long enough to be removed from office and watch the American people tear down his fucking statues, his arch, rip his name off of every public building, repair the reflecting pool, rebuild the White House, destroy his ballroom, and replant the Rose Garden. I'm selfish. I want to watch him watch that. To be forced to know that he is being erased. That his legacy and his mark on history is to be hated and reviled, and to have nothing he did left intact. Everything he did destroyed. because that's what happens when a dictator is removed from power, is all of the monuments they built to themselves get destroyed. And Donald Trump has built an awful lot of monuments to himself already, and he's working on more. And he wants public monuments. Well, there comes a time when he isn't going to be in power anymore. And all of his monuments to his own ego will be destroyed. And I would just love for him to be alive to see it. I'm selfish. So, I mentioned earlier that I thought that it was dumb, and I started to mention this and I got distracted, which y'all do realize you're talking to a guy who is both dealing with ADHD and is more than a little autistic. Turns out, the reason why I was 19 before I was ever diagnosed as having ADHD is because of symptoms of autism. And the reason why I would never have been diagnosed as autistic is because of symptoms of ADHD. So, now you can be diagnosed as having both, and I would be. But anyway, I have not actually received such a diagnosis because, honestly, would it change anything if I did? It would not. Diagnoses are nice things for parents to feel better, or for being able to qualify to receive certain medication that'll help chemically fix it. I just consume caffeine. Now, the problem is, when I'm using as much pain meds as I have been, caffeine isn't going to do it. I would need an amphetamine, and I'm not going to take an amphetamine. I don't need to go there. So, yeah, I deal with the ADHD symptoms. But what I was going to bring up about that is I allow restreaming and reuse of my videos. At the same time, I'm, voicing my opposition because I know that Nate allows the Chuds a fair amount of leeway in his channel as long as they aren't doing certain things and breaking, his channel rules. I think I may need to stop the restreaming that is happening. That means I'm going to have to change my rules. And I'm not real keen on doing that because I'm an open source guy. Works of art don't fit under, open source in terms of software. That I get it. Richard Stallman argued that it's not the same thing and it shouldn't be treated like the same thing or have the same requirements. I was part of Debian when he made that argument. And Debian is like, nonetheless, we have our requirements, and that's what we're going to enforce. But Stallman was right that art does not have the same moral requirement that it be given, that it be free for anyone to modify. And I understand that. I agree with it. But I have chosen to allow restreaming and, people to quote and, to do things that may exceed what is allowed by fair use. And for the record, restreaming definitely exceeds fair use by quite a bit. But I chose to allow that because I really support the idea of open culture. But if the chuds can use my stream for whatever purpose they want, if they just leave my name on it, and not all of them are doing that, then what they're going to do is they're going to attack other people's streams. And we've seen this. If they have one stream that they can consider to be their stream, the stream they can use, or the stream they can watch, or the stream that they can restream, or whatever, then they will attack all the others because they have theirs. Why should anybody else? I'm not real keen on that. And I don't feel like I should be contributing to it. So, I haven't decided what I'm going to do about it yet. I mean, the alternative is YouTube standard license. You don't get many options. But YouTube standard license does prohibit things like restreaming, does prohibit, changes that are not fair use. The standard YouTube license doesn't allow them to do it. It's not going to stop them, so I'm going to need to basically have essentially a tip line set up for people to report any video that is restreaming my content, ideally with time codes, or if it's the entire video, then it's the entire video, or whatever. And a date. A date's going to be important because I will need to match it up with my own video. And if you just give me a URL, they may have taken it down. See, that's the thing. The chuds will take down the video after they stream it. But if I have time codes and a URL, if they take it down, YouTube still got it. And what I can do, and what I will do if I go this route, is submit a week's worth of strikes all at once. Yes, strikes. Not requests, not demonetization requests, or strikes. Full-on copyright strikes. And their channel goes away instantly. I don't want to do that, but if they're going to attack other people's channels, then you know what? Fuck them. I haven't made up my mind for sure on that, but that's where I'm leaning. Yeah, see, Fat Patriot is one of those people who just, if he can't bother to actually use my name, then That is all I ever asked from these guys. Use my name. Use my name. My name is Have Another Taco PDX. Also, Have Another Taco works. Because I'm known by Have Another Taco in places that the PDX isn't necessary. The PDX is needed on YouTube because there's a Have Another Taco who hasn't used his channel in like years. He started using my name after I made it clear if he didn't, I would make his channel vanish. Unless he's stopped again, in which case I haven't been paying close enough attention. But yeah, if I change it to no streaming allowed, then, any of them who do, send me a URL and I will decide what I'm going to do, and I will announce it ahead of time. And if I do, it'll take place it'll start on a Monday, but not tomorrow because I'm not going to do it tomorrow. But we'll do it after the weekend. I mean, I could start it on Friday. Friday is when the week starts for me, but you know what? Fuck it. I'll start it on a Friday. Next Friday, maybe. If I decide I'm going to do it. The main thing is I want to give them time to learn that that's going to happen. Because I'm not just going to file a takedown. I'm going to file a strike, and I'm not going to file one strike. I'm going to check it about once a week, and if I've got, 5 takedowns to issue, their channel is going away. See, if you flag the channel with violates copyright and it's somebody else's, YouTube's like, whatever. If I file a copyright strike as the content owner, that's me saying I'm willing to take that motherfucker to court. And I am, actually. Because copyright law is literally the area of law that I have actually studied. Copyright law is something I understand. I did copyright law for, Debian. If any of you guys are gamers, I did all this stuff like 20 years ago. If any of you are gamers, you might have heard of a little company called 3DFX. If you are into vintage hardware and vintage games, you might know that the drivers for 3DFX graphics cards have had community development. There's open source drivers and community development on 3DFX cards. The reason why is because somebody talked with their lawyer and convinced the company to GPL their drivers. Hi, I am that somebody. There's a project out there, I think it's disbanded now. They were porting the games Blood and Blood 2 to the Quake engine because the Blood and Blood 2 engines didn't run under modern Windows. And Quake source ports would run fine. So they were porting the game's assets. A small little company called Infogrames, which purchased another small little company called Atari and renamed themselves Atari SA. Somebody worked with infograms to get the assets for Blood and Blood 2 released to the Transfusion Project. They didn't, release them under a public license for anybody, but the Transfusion Project was allowed to use those assets for transfusion. Hi, I'm that somebody. If you've ever used something that uses the Qt library, which if you've used software like Qubit Torrent or software that runs under Windows, Mac, and Linux and doesn't just use a web browser to do it, it probably uses a library called Qt. Again, Qubit Torrent is an example of a Qt application. KDE is as well, KDE Plasma on Linux. The Qt library, owned by Nokia Corporation, I think, currently, is available under the GNU GPL license. It used to be available under something called the Q Public license. Again, hi, I'm that guy. So I've got a lot of history with copyright shit. And I know my way around intellectual property law. So, yes. I know what is and is not fair use, and if they're not engaging in fair use with my content, I'm prepared to do what I need to do if I change the license. And the only reason why I'm even considering changing the license is because they can't stop being dickheads trying to destroy people's content. I was a Linux using Republican. Now I'm a Linux using Democrat. Didn't change a single actual core value. Because morality isn't something that, changed. Perspective is. Recognizing that the Republican Party, if they ever did, and I think they did, possibly not within my lifetime, but if the Republican Party had a moral position, they just don't anymore. And that's really too bad. Because damn near half the country at least wants to be in the Conservative Party, or at least affiliated with the Conservative Party, or, cooperating with the Conservative Party. And they don't know that they're being lied to. The truth is, we need more than one party. If for no other reason, then one of the reasons why I registered as a Republican, an actual Republican, 20 plus years ago, was that Democrats were corrupt in this state. In Oregon, They can be, so they were, and they are. You have multiple parties so that there's a check on corruption. That if the corruption ever gets to be too bad, the people who are corrupt lose power. And when you have one party in power, that doesn't happen. Because they can just get away with it indefinitely. And that's another thing that should happen. It does. And it will, as long as there really is just one party. Sounds like there's still a couple of people down there. Can I see them? I don't film close up over there. Y'all know my rules. I didn't even film Pam up close, and hello. And my grandmother watched Judge Wapner. My mom watched Judge Judy. See, that is all I have been asking. But with this tactic of trying to take down streams that are not our stream, I might seriously have to consider that that's not going to be good enough anymore. And I'd really rather have left it be, you know? I'd rather let people do what they're going to do, but if it's becoming a problem, I can't do it anymore. It fucking sucks that some people ruin it for everybody. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. I have allowed people who are MAGA to restream my stuff because I honestly believe that you can't solve America's problems with less speech. And if people want to, you know, comment on what's happening down here, then why shouldn't they? I mean, if they can't come down here, and I'm not going to let, you know, MAGA come through here and turn my stream into a cesspool, because I'm not doing that, then, you know, them restreaming, provided that they're willing to provide, you know, the credit thing, and that goes back to European moral rights. Most of the world recognizes something called moral rights. The United States does not. The Mona Lisa is well and truly public domain. you can do whatever you want that looks like the Mona Lisa or is even based on the Mona Lisa, and you have every legal right to do it. The Mona Lisa is very much out of copyright. What you cannot do in much of the world, and definitely cannot do in Europe, is misrepresent who painted it, or that it was a painting. You cannot misrepresent the origin or the authorship of the Mona Lisa, despite the fact that it is well and truly long since out of copyright. So what was going on with 3 different cars trying to take up multiple lanes? That was a thing. Good night, Chris. Sleep well, and I'll see you tomorrow with a new topic. What will the topic be? I have no fucking idea. I assume that by the time I actually get home, we're going to have a new topic because Donald Trump will have posted some absolutely fucking unhinged shit. 3 in the morning. Do you know where your president is? Yes. He's shit posting on his blog. Night, Chris. Looks like they're going to be closer to 11 tonight. That's fine. I can stay here till 11. But yeah, if they're going to take down everybody else's stream because mine is the one that they're allowed to reuse, that shit needs to stop, or I'm going to start, giving the beat down on that. Would rather not, but this is why we can't have nice things, right? In the meantime, what I am sort of hoping to do is essentially, I want to try and make this a stream that is more useful. I'd like to go to more events that are happening. I just don't have my fingers in all of the social media pies, so I may need to do that so that I can find out when things are and go to them. And if this is slowing down as a place that people are, then so be it. During the week, maybe I go to other places and do other things. Friday night and Saturday night is when people are active out here. Other nights, I'm here just to keep an eye on them. But sure. Yes, please do. If you look at that Amazon list, there is a lot on it. Some of it is fairly low priority. I've got things ranked by, I've got things marked by their priority. The big one is that pop-up shelter. That's important to keep people safe out here. Not just me, but I'm first and foremost the one who is needing to be safe. So if you contribute to the PayPal, I will see if I can actually order the thing. I'll see if I can get one. See if they have that one or one very similar to it at Costco. I haven't looked at Costco yet, but they're going to have a better price and they're going to have better availability probably. Otherwise, Amazon, I can get it delivered in, it'll be like $123, I think it was, but I can have it here by Tuesday, which is, I'm not coming out here till 7:30 on Tuesday, probably. But that means I'll have it before it starts to get into the 90s and above. And we'll just arrange for, there to be a place out here that is sheltered from the sun, where you got a view of the ice holes across the street. Or wherever I happen to go. If I go out to No Kings, there was no shelter out there. Why not set one up? It wouldn't have taken more than 5 minutes to set up that thing. And if I had been, prepared for that, if other people had needed, a place to be out of the sun, they could have set up something with no, I'd want to be out there a little earlier than I was for No King, so I can set it up off to the side and out of the way. But yeah, set something up so that people who need to be out of the sun can be. That's me first and foremost. I just got a notification that somebody contributed $10. Thank you very much. I cannot see who did that without dropping the stream. And I'm not going to do that because A, I don't want to drop the stream, and B, the second I do, they're going to be coming in or going out. And I'm saying at this point just to catch who is doing that. So I will say thank you to random person now. And if you left a message, I will thank you properly tomorrow during my stream. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it. They're not going to honk at this hour. It's after 10. No honks tonight. Oh! So tired? Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. So $10 is about 15 Canadian. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So y'all know, as a blind person, if I ever receive $2,800 in a month, that I qualify as no longer needing disability. That's $2,800 a month after I deduct, legitimate expenses. And they may question some of them as legitimate, but the fact is, things specifically needed to be out here doing what I'm doing count. I don't think I got to worry about that anytime soon. Hell, I doubt even the chuds are making $2,800 on their restreams. They might be, I don't know. And if not for the bad behavior, I wouldn't care. Well, you know what I am going to do, though? I am going to pack up the wagon, and we'll head on over to the front line with the tripod. Okay. There's one. I'm like, where's my chair? The cooler is sitting on it. Yeah, they're going to tell me probably that the lighter lawn chairs don't count. Except, you know, from my perspective, they count because lighter lawn chairs, if they work for somebody with all kinds of joint pains and whatnot from chemo, if I can do it, and they weigh that much less, that means that I can push this wagon around a little easier, and that they'll take up less space in it. So, you know, the people who would decide whether or not this is a valid business expense might not think that better chairs count. But the guy who has to take all the oxycodone just to be able to come out here in the first place and can take significantly less of it if he's not trying to lift and drag heavy things quite so much, he's going to disagree. Probably stopped and not going. Yeah. See that thing I mentioned where I have no depth perception? Evening.
How's it going? You're having another taco, aren't you?
I am.
I've been in your chat a few times. I go by 3 Acre.
Hey, 3 Acre.
It's been a while. I know the people. I watch your stream sometimes to gauge the temperature of what's going on.
Most of the time the temperature has been pretty... It hasn't been like... The chuds came out last night.
I've been coming out since November, and I usually come out after 10. And after 10, it's like, well, Pretend Media, he leaves, and so there's no there's no streamers down here after that. And so I catch the last of his to see kind of like, you know, what mag is down here, what they're doing, but haven't seen them.
I've been trying to stay until shift change, and sometimes I can't do it. But.
Yeah. I used to stay out here to like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. I'd stay out here to 7 o'clock in the morning and watch coyotes roll in, watch the sun come up. But I can't do that anymore. This concrete is
the line has been erased.
The what now?
The line has been erased.
Yeah. Actually, you should put an in there. It's like, here's your N back, because when they spelled government the first time, they omitted the N and misspelled it, and so they had to come back and change it, and now somebody like completely eradicated it. Yeah, but I come out here to offer my solidarity, offer my privileges as testament to they can't fucking stop us, that kind of shit like that. And when MAGA was full force down here, my job was to steer them, because they would run afoul of somebody who doesn't know any better, and they get in an argument.
Yeah.
And then what I'd do is I'd get that MAGA to latch onto me. They would walk off, and then I'd just leave that guy mid-sentence, because you can't talk to him. All you could do is trade insults, and that's all they're. Also, that's all they're doing is.
They're moving just in case they're. Because there's been a couple who have been just like plowing through.
Well, the thing is, when they're coming out, they are off shift, so they are not in an official capacity. And so they do not have the right of way. We can't impede them purposely, like normally.
Yeah, but they've been driving through here at a bat like a bat out of hell, aiming at us.
Yes, I was over there, and he swerved over that way towards us, and shining the flashlights in your face. The first day that I came down here was like November the 1st, and that was after. I don't know if you know Glenn, he's a short guy, blind, and they grabbed him and drug him inside there very unceremoniously. He's blind and part deaf, and he's a little special. And so I thought
his name was Quinn.
Quinn, that's right. That broke my heart. So I came down here and I was sitting on the other side, and that very night they shot me on the other side of the street with pepper balls for just yelling, go fuck yourself, kind of thing like that.
Oh yeah, they have.
They had free back in November. They had free range. Unbeknownst to them, 4 Charlie Kirk girls, because they had Charlie Kirk freedom shirts on.
Sure.
Sat on that little bitty brickwork over there, that ledge, and they shot them. They shot them right there, and they did not stop to that little bitty white no parking stop at the time. So they kept on shooting them for a good 10 meters, 10 yards.
Oh well. We know that somebody up in that window there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, got a canister.
They were throwing canisters up there. They were shooting with pepper balls because they were standing out in the balcony with a camera.
Yeah. Oh,
that's not legal for them to do.
They launched several Operation Inflation, and it got damaged, and they had to replace it. But they're just wild, And I'm out here to say no. No, sir. No, thank you. Please return ICE to what they used to do. Use the Constitution. That would be helpful.
I'm completely disband ICE and restore INS to what they used to do.
Yeah, it needs a new conversation, is what it needs.
Yep.
And what's going on right now definitely does not work. What went on before was tolerable but broken. And so. We just need aliens to come down, or come into play and have the whole Earth unite. That's the only thing that's going to save us.
I mean, most of the Earth is already united. Fuck Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's very sure. That is very sure. He's going to be a meme for at least a fucking century.
Well, if you haven't seen my stream lately, I've been saying I'm selfish. If he choked on a fucking cheeseburger and died tonight,
no,
the entire planet would be better off.
Yes, I want him to suffer. I want him to be. I
very selfishly want him to live. Until he is removed from office.
But the time,
one way or another.
But the time for that, if he chokes on a cheeseburger right now, okay, fine, whatever. But I would like him and everybody else. He's going to get immunity on a lot of shit, but all the other people underneath him are not, and he's going to squeal, and they're all squealers. It's like the Joker from the Batman. I know a squealer when I see one, and he's a squealer.
See, I want Donald Trump to live long enough to see his name ripped off of every building.
Yeah.
Every monument to himself demolished.
I want to see him. I want to see his two sons go to fucking prison too. Ivanka,
two?
I don't know how hard she is. On the
Two?
corruption.
Barron's already started his crime, his life of crime.
Yeah. Well, they're all grifters. And I think that at least Ivanka has committed fraud with her merchant line and cronyism by getting special contracts and special deals, and a shit ton of money up front because of who's your daddy, And, well, he's not paying me any money, or he's not paying me any money. But yeah,
and
you're
Barron, the
him.
youngest, is already life of crime.
Yeah.
He's already committing fraud.
Yeah. The only thing that I'm an independent, progressive, but I usually vote Democratic because of the other side, who they
Least.
Yeah.
The only reason why I told you, if you've been around my stream long enough, you know I was a Republican.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, twice. See, the thing is, back in 2016, I was going to vote independent.
Yeah.
I would have voted for Bernie Sanders.
Yeah. Bernie's my guy. I'm progressive. I voted for Nader.
The reason why I did not vote for a third-party candidate was because 2 weeks before the election, somebody tried to embed the sharp end of the crowbar into the back of my head. And I got home, kind of scared shitless.
Yeah.
The fact is, I was carrying that day, but it was a sunny day.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I couldn't be sure of my target and what was beyond it. Otherwise, we would have the identities of the people who were there trying to do that, because I would have left them in the street.
Not to be jinxing, but today is a special anniversary for me. Not special, it's a horrible anniversary. Something very similar happened to me almost 8-9 years ago, and day of today.
I assume you were not a Republican at the time, so it was Chuds that were responsible.
Yeah. Well, he would. It would have been. He wasn't MAGA yet. Because MAGA didn't exist back in 2016. It kind of was, but he wasn't like a full blown. But the person is now.
Gotta point out, 2016 was 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Dear God, it was 10 years ago.
Yeah. Oh fuck, yeah. Fuck. No, fuck, jeez.
We're getting old, damn it!
I know. That's why I don't look in the mirror anymore.
Yeah.
I live in one of those old apartments, and so the mirrors are set really low.
Yeah.
When I stand up and look in the mirror, I can only see from under my nose to my chin. I'm not that tall, but it's set for 5 foot tall people. And so I got bend down. Same within the shower. The shower head is set down too. I got to do a weird yoga pose. But I voted for Nader. And in Oregon, it didn't matter. Because
of course not.
Republican, vote for Nader, vote for whoever. It doesn't matter. It's going.
One-party states are inherently corrupt. They just are.
Yeah. But in Florida, 30,000 people voted for Nader, and if it had rank-based choice, second choice thing,
Nader
would have won because of that.
Gore would have
Chad
won.
thing.
Yeah.
Because it was only.
But people don't understand the. I'm a Debian guy. I mean, ranked choice voting. Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
The only organization in the history of anywhere that you have to calculate a square root to figure out if something passes or not.
Yeah, I think our capitalist society is setting itself to be doomed. We're poisoning ourselves. We're killing all our bees. Cutting down all the forests and losing all that carbon. We need to move to a capitalist progressive system where there's Medicaid, health insurance, all.
That would be a start, yeah.
Like that. And then everybody gets that taste of socialism. Move into socialism where capitalism can go fuck itself. Pardon my French.
Oh, you can say fuck on my stream.
Yeah.
I do all the time.
Yeah, well, I didn't do it live. I could do it. I could be that guy on the other side of the keyboard going ticket. Yeah.
No, see, I used to record when I first started. I recorded my videos and I would go home, and then it's like, okay, I don't upload anything. Didn't edit anything. I just uploaded it.
Yeah. But you put your stuff on private a lot too. I think. So.
No, I'm just not out here 7 days a week. I'm out here only 5.
I'm not on the internet a lot. When I am, I am.
Now,
but I'm not.
when my videos, for a while, because my channel was so small, things would private automatically, and I couldn't change it immediately.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's right.
I couldn't change it till after the process.
I looked once, and then that was it. Like Crocodile Dundee.
Nope. Nowadays, everything is... Now, when I finish a stream, it's still marked private.
No, okay.
I have to go and change it, but I change it before I leave, even. So, yeah, everything is now public. I'm
Well, there's
under 1,000 subs. When I get to 1,000 subs, I can theoretically monetize.
Actually, I think I'm one of them, and I know a couple of friends that might be on there too.
But I mean, I'm still not sure I want to monetize my stream because YouTube is bullshit.
Well,
But people want to be able to do super chats.
well, when you monetize it, I think it takes away the ads, beginning of the ads, and that's kind of nice. But it's the asking for money every 5 minutes, like everybody up and down the street does. That's where it becomes like not cringy, but you know.
My mods maybe do it once about half an hour or so.
Well, yeah, it's like if you'd like to, you know, because it does cost a lot to, not cost a lot, but it does cost some chunk of change to come down here and stay here.
But that's the thing. For me, it doesn't. I live here.
Oh,
So,
you live in the building or something?
I live a few blocks that way.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I live about a half hour away.
The
so.
Chuds know exactly where I live, I'm sure. If they don't, they probably could find out. Because the reason why somebody wanted to put a crowbar in the back of my head was they saw me back in 2011 shaking hands with a guy by the name of Mike Strickland.
Okay. I don't like people like named Mike. so we can share that. We can bond, no?
The thing is, Mike Strickland was...
Sounds like a prick.
He ran a YouTube channel called Laughing at Liberals. It's still online.
Oh, okay.
He was a libertarian, and
Okay.
libertarians are not fans of Trump.
No.
He may have been a Trump supporter during his first term,
Yeah.
but
Well,
I doubt he's still supporting him.
Well, he had some of the language about, like, you know, the smaller government and you know, deregulation and shit like that.
Well,
And I think that incited a lot of people who didn't further research. Possibly.
well, and that's the thing. Now that it's very clear that it's not smaller government and the less taxes only applies to people at the top, and and you know that it's very clearly, you know, a very oppressive sort of fascist government.
Yep.
I doubt.
Well, we're bred to, the capitalist society breeds you to obey. So what right does a government have to sanctify your marriage? If you want to be married to somebody, why can't you just be married? Why do you have to? Why can it only be allowed if the government says, like, okay, we can fucking allow you to be married?
That was my thing. That was my thing about, you know, same-sex marriage.
Yeah.
Why does the government have a say in that?
Yeah.
Now, my concern as a Republican at the time was, if the government decides that, you know, it can decide that, you know, same-sex marriage is allowed,
Yeah.
are they then going to say that Catholic priests have to perform the wedding? And there were people saying, I'm going to make those Catholic priests perform my wedding.
Yeah.
But only a few.
Yeah.
And the fact is, no, it didn't happen.
It's always weird things like that. We really haven't progressed since medieval serfdom, and fiefdom, and kingships, and the jarls, and the vassals of the state, and people like these people give up their fucking soul because they think that they're going to be protected. The king will let them do whatever they want, and they get paid money for it.
I think they're going to be very surprised.
Yeah. Well, after World War II, a bunch of Nazis threw away their gear, try to bury their gear in the woods. Because I watch metal detecting videos, and they'll be metal detecting, and they'll find like old like buttons and shit like that. And these MAGA people are going to be doing the same thing. They're going to be burying their stuff.
The thing is, though, the world is a lot less private than it used to be.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. And the way technology works, and like the AI stuff that you can already do for free off your browser.
Good night.
You could just like put in any kind of information. If you're on video, it could pop it up. It's just the collaboration in the data centers that
Is there literally nobody in that building tonight?
There's probably not. I'm wondering if is Cash Patel still in town?
Oh, he might.
Was he ever in town?
Well, his plane was.
Okay.
But yeah, if he's still in town, maybe there's nobody here because they're all assigned to his security detail.
Yeah, because last night I was like the only one down here except for like two native people, indigenous people hanging out in the corner occupying. And like only 3 guards came out at that time, and only three guards left earlier that time too. So I think they've been reappropriated to go down.
I have been trying to catch the person who, I want as many videos of that person who is comes through here and just guns it around the corner in and out of the driveway.
Yeah. Document that. Make stuff like that into shorts.
If I can actually catch it with a good video, I'm definitely making a short. I mean,
yeah. I was helping out another guy down here, cameras for accountability.
Yeah.
I was helping him around to introduce him around to some people, and he's I guess he's not doing this anymore. But it was the same thing as I was trying to get him to, because you have like a 2, 3, 4 hour show, and people are going to watch your stuff, and they're not going to watch that, and then they click in the middle of it, and then there's like a bunch of people standing around like nothing's going on. Just like get the hot moments, not the Jerry Springer moments, but like the hot moments with the interactions with the police, and then put that into shorts, and that's more.
I mean, some of the Jerry Springer moments might make good shorts too.
Yeah. Well, Jerry Springer moments are more. I'm protesting the government. I'm not really protesting the MAGA to come down here. I ignore them as much as I can.
I same idea.
And
no, from where I stand, basically, when my friend goes dancing back and forth across the driveway twice, and then comes back out here and leaves the property, and then 2 hours later, 7 guys come out here, throw her to the ground, and drag her in costume back there, and they charge her with some bullshit that she did not do,
trespassing or some stupid shit.
And then it turns out what she actually did was trespassing, and they took her into the place where they wanted to trespass her from. How stupid is that?
Another night, I was sitting over there all by myself. One of the lady, I'm not going to say her name, but the lady who has been hanging that, she was sitting on that corner crocheting.
Tree person.
Huh?
Tree person.
Yeah, I'll call her tree person. I will dox her name. Everybody knows her name if they know her name.
Yep,
anyway.
yep.
So she has like a onesie on kind of costume, and she's sitting there crocheting, and they come out, they grab her, and they drag her back into there, and I hear her screaming bloody murder, like not like a makeup scream, but a terrified scream, because when she came back out, they told me they were ripping her clothes off because they needed to strip search her, and it was nothing but dudes. They don't have any female officers down there, so that broke my heart when I heard that. To be on the other side of the gate, and because the way it echoes, it just rolls right over you. That's what they do. That's what they do. And they'll come out and they'll grab.
I will never condone violence, but I won't shed any tears if any befalls certain people.
Yes, that's for sure. Occupational hazard, off duty. I saw they grabbed a 17-year-old kid for like walk up and down here. And when he came out and he said, like, I asked him, like, how's the morale?
I was here that night.
And he was like, he said that they told him he's going to go to federal prison for trespassing, and they tried to scare him and shit like that. So they grab people specifically targeted that they know that they're vulnerable, that they could fucking manipulate.
People like Quinn.
And coerce. And that is what...
The only reason why I'm willing to say Quinn's name is because everybody knows who he is, and he doesn't come back out here.
There's a few people that have done some painting and redlining, I guess you'd say.
I've said, and people have argued that, I shouldn't be, protesting what other people have done out here. Shit like that, you've noticed they haven't done anything with that. They'll leave that up
Yeah.
because that serves their narrative.
Yeah. Well, that. I
This
have no problem
doesn't
with that.
serve their
I feel
narrative.
like that maybe kind of like, but kill fucking Nazis. There shouldn't be anything wrong with that. I mean, that's not a hate. It's not a hate crime to berate a fucking Nazi because they're not a protected group. So that is.
And Nazis should not be a protected group.
Yeah. I know that's a fuck. They think that they are.
Yeah.
I saw one lady online. She was talking about fascism is great because in 1939 Germany, if you had 4 kids, the government will give you free healthcare and a free house and free food and shit like that.
Have you noticed that Trump took away the health care for people who had it?
Well, which is socialism. But she just finished speaking like fascism was the only thing that stopped communism and Marxism. So that's why fascism is good. And oh, by the way, fascism, you can get free socialist shit. So it's like
it's kind of funny because National Socialists.
Yeah. Well, they ran on the Socialist Party to try to get workers, but then they went against that and were anti-union. They did everything that was anti-socialist.
They
co-opted
wanted the Pope.
They co-opted socialism, like MAGA is co-opting Christianity and a bunch of other things.
My thing, if I could convince people of something, is the thing I had to learn the hard way, which is all the things that the Republican Party says about, all party of Lincoln, the party of civil rights.
Yeah. And
not anymore.
No, yeah,
not anymore.
It was a different party back then.
And not at any point. I won't say necessarily at any point in my lifetime because I can't prove that, but not since 1980 at least. Not since 1980 at least.
Yeah.
Ronald Reagan he began the systematic effort to create the unitary executive.
Yeah.
Read, dictator.
Where he wanted to make the United States imperial.
Yeah.
And it's like the disease of the Romans. The Romans didn't invent Romanism the way they co-opted everywhere around them.
Yeah.
But damn sure that spread into Russia and spread into Great Britain and it's spreading here in America. The empire. You don't have a king, but you have a Caesar, which is a Kaiser, which is the same thing as a king, same name as a king. And I live out that way in Clackamas County, and all my neighbors are MAGA. And it's actually cool out there because we can have a conversation. And they're not like full on with a vitriol, but they're just like
They're the people who are starting to wonder. Wait, are we the baddies?
Yeah. Yeah, I was asking them, like, well, what do you, because No King's Day was going on out there, and they're like talking about it, like, well, what do you do on 4th of July? What are you celebrating? Well, it's No Tyrant King's Day on 4th of July. It's Declaration of Independence. Yeah, read the Declaration of Independence much? It says, like, please, fuck yourself, King. We are no longer part of it.
Yeah, he definitely did create the war on drugs. Reagan created.
Yeah.
The thing is, and
this is great.
What Reagan tried to put into place was essentially slow walking, and Project 2025 is so close. And it's funny because I remember all of this shit that I'm describing here as being attributed to the left.
Yeah.
Every accusation is an admission.
Yes.
So the accusation was that they're going to get so close, then it's going to be, we're so close now, we're so close, we need to just take it.
Yeah.
And Project 2025 is the attempt to take it.
Yep. And
MAGA.
A lot of what it is he's wondering if it sticks. He's going to do it and hope that it sticks.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, it's fake it till you make it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly what the problem is. It's just like the way he has that naming convention. He's like, somebody he doesn't like, he starts throwing out names, and all of a sudden one sticks. And then, because everybody likes it, and he's like, well, everybody likes it, so that's the one I'm going to use. And I created it.
Yep.
That's his mentality. Is he just shits out fucking words, and people like it. He's like, oh, hey, that's mine. I made it. And now you got to pay me for it. Really, Cackle and Kamala. Those shirts. He sold.
I didn't even hear that one. I wasn't paying that close attention to anything he was saying.
Yeah. Oh, well, at that time, I was doing a lot of nefarious things online by going into other MAGA chat rooms and causing mischief and mayhem. It's my forte, and it's like sometimes you can find a well-lit fuse and just throw a fucking match at it.
Well, somebody was trying to do that out here, and I genuinely think the person who tried to do this is probably a Fed.
Well, I was doing a lot of that stuff down here too. Actually, the very first night.
Not what I'm talking about. Because somebody was coming out here and they were sort of suggesting that, and what they would do is they would suggest it to our people, and then step back and melt away.
Is that Stormtrooper?
No, because nobody knows who it was. Nobody knows. They came out here in block, and nobody seems to know who they are.
That's happened. I haven't witnessed it. That happened in Minneapolis also. Some guy came up and burned a flag or did something and then fucked off.
No, this was somebody was coming out here and suggesting to people that the friendly streamers were a problem and needed to be made to go away, and they encouraged some of the indigenous people that Sandy had desecrated the memorial, and
I heard that part.
And she needed to be run out of here because she wasn't actually really.
I'm good.
So they attacked her because they were convinced by somebody, but nobody seems to know who did that.
I heard that part. When she was maced down that way. But I've spent a lot of nights that I'm down here, and I stay 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Is talking to her. There is some. It's called bed jacketing when new people show up, and that's kind of been one of the. I call them the down fronts. The regulars that come down here, people looking at each other and not want to Fed jacket other people that person's suspect, this person's suspect, and it's gotten a little out of control, but it usually manages itself.
It does, except when it doesn't.
I saw a guy get run off 2 weeks ago from out here. He's been down here out front, but I won't go into details, but he got run off because somebody confronted him about his behavior. And instead of saying, okay, but I'd rather do it this way, he immediately went, go fuck yourself. So he started off the not like it wasn't an aggressive confrontation, but it was just like a self-correct, a plural self-correction, and he took it go fuck yourself, I can do whatever I want. And then a bunch of people jumped in on that because, it's humble pie. Everybody has a right to come down here and protest the way they want.
And that includes the chuds, honestly.
Yeah.
If they can behave themselves.
Well, that's where you're wrong, because they're not protesting the government; they're protesting citizens.
Well,
they're protesting.
You still have the right to come out here and say, "I think you guys suck."
They could. That's free speech.
That is free speech.
Do that, but it's different when it becomes aggressive.
When it becomes aggressive, when they're lining up over there with they're lining up over there with bear spray, planning to come up behind people here on the front line and spray them in the face. That's not protected.
Wearing body armor, and our good friend Shane Carroll pulling a pistol out at somebody, finger on the trigger, pointing it at a person with nothing but a camera in their face, 20 feet away.
With even his own friend saying, put that shit away, this is too far.
Well, okay, he also showed up here back end of November, I think, right there with an AR-15, kitted out with all the IR laser lights and the fucking.
Oh yeah, going full mall ninja.
Nice a scope you wouldn't use for close combat. So fuck that guy. And here's the kicker of it. He had a 60-round drum magazine on it, which was empty. Empty because by law, you cannot open carry a rifle with a loaded magazine. So if something was going to go down, he's going to have to take out that bulky, big-ass fucking canister of a fucking magazine, put it in his pouch.
Are you sure that magazine was unloaded?
It has to be. It has to be.
Do you think he cares?
Well, I would. I have faith in humanity.
And remember that if he's got a CHL, and he does,
Yes.
Any City of Portland ordinances don't apply.
No, that's wrong. With a concealed weapon, that is the only way you can open carry in Portland is with a concealed carry permit.
You can open carry in Portland unloaded without a CHL. If you got a CHL, you can carry loaded.
Not in Multnomah County. I looked this up. I'm not.
State law says that local laws can't.
Do you have a concealed carry permit?
I did for a very long time.
Well, so do I. Okay. Anyway.
I let it lapse during COVID because COVID, and I just haven't bothered to I'm thinking maybe I should because shit's getting kind of scary out here. Yeah. But I'm not exactly wearing attire suitable for a gun belt.
No, walking around here in body armor is fucking stupid. Walking around with open carry is fucking stupid.
Open carry is fucking stupid anywhere.
Yeah.
Because I'm still a Second Amendment supporter.
Yeah.
Open carrying anywhere is fucking stupid because you're telling people if the bad guys show up, they're gonna shoot me first.
Yeah. Well, you go out to the woods, you're traveling home fine, but to show up to a group with loaded weapons.
Oh yeah, that's fucking stupid.
That is where it's wrong. You want to keep it in your car. You want to drive here and there. Go out somewhere else. That.
Hell, if you've got it, if you've got it coming out. I noticed that light turned on, so I knew something was happening.
How many guests?
2 maybe.
Coming out.
2, 3. It's not going to be more than that. It's Sunday.
Way to go fuck yourself.
Oh.
Right this way to go fuck yourself. Right this way. Good little lapdog. Go fuck yourself. Where's your fucking lights? You got no one to escort. Where's your fucking light?
Just the one.
There's nobody there. That's the one that comes at the very fucking end. And what he'll do is he'll go around there and block off traffic. He'll be the last one. He'll go out there, block up traffic after everybody's already gone and gone that way. So I think they're escorted.
They're all at Cash Patel's place.
Well, yeah. But when that car goes there, they're being escorted back to their place. That's what I was talking about, because when they're driving, they are not on the clock. They're just regular civilians, technically. Still work for the government, but they're not on 24-hour duty. It's like a police officer.
Yeah.
And so they have them to make sure people
they still have no
follow
fucking
them.
law enforcement powers.
No.
None. At all.
So this is the thing that what Trump is doing to us. All these metaphors. Some black bloc people on the other side of the road burned a flag, and so the FPS agents came out, pushed them around, took the flag away from them, and extinguished it, and then went back in. Because over there, they have the right to burn the flag, but on federal property, Trump made that executive order: you can't burn a flag, but that only applies to federal. But because they saw it, they went and did that on state property where it was legal. So it's like, it's the butting of heads against the Constitution, where it doesn't fucking add up. And it is a cause for conflict. And that's why he's doing all these executive orders that are going to hopefully go in the trash one day. Wow. I give it another 5 minutes. Because there's always 1 or 2 left on the pooper. And they might have actually gone out the back door, too. Are you allergic to smoke, by the way?
Yeah, very asthmatic.
Oh, okay. I'm going to step on that side. I think the wind's blowing down that way. Smoke a cigarette.
Yeah, it's actually kind of seems like it's blowing that way.
Yeah.
So
I'll step over there.
If I'm basically behind you, I think I'll be all right.
Okay, cool.
I try not to bother people about it too much outside, but yesterday there was somebody who was smoking over there. I was over there, and the wind was changing like every 10 seconds.
Yeah. Well, see, that's who I am. You know, it's like I'll ask.
I appreciate that.
It's definitely different now that MAGA aren't out here. Because after 10 o'clock, it was usually pretty hot a lot with confrontations and masons, and I can't tell you how many people have decontaminated. At least 2 dozen. And that does not include like the big riots when they were gassing.
Kind of the issue is that somebody was out here trying to convince people to be violent to other comrades out here.
Well, that's
sorry, I was answering somebody in my chat. Somebody was saying that policing other protests, other people's protests, is kind of counterproductive. It is, unless they are, encouraging violence against comrades. And there was somebody who was doing that shit.
The point about what that is, a lot of people don't understand it, because some people will show up out of nowhere. You've never seen them before, and they'll throw glass, they'll do bottles, they'll be a little very aggressive, and then they'll fuck off. And then when they fuck off, the cops will come out and they'll be angry at who? The people who remain. So we bear the brunt of that. And so what our attitude is like when the gates were busted and they came off the hinge, everybody just stopped. Everybody could have gone into that courtyard if they wanted to, but they just like, hey, we ain't going any further. It happened to come off on accident.
I mean, you could argue that maybe they shouldn't have been fucking with a gate, but oh my God, they managed to knock a gate off its roller. Yeah. Oh my God, that is so.
They didn't storm in. They didn't throw Molotov cocktails. They just kind of stood there. And which I'm glad, because I'm pretty sure there's they're listening to me because they know I know. They have a crew in there that you'll never see that's fully kitted up head to toe all day long with M4 rifles, ready to repel any kind of breach like that. So they might not shoot people in the courtyard, but if they try to get into the building,
you get shot. You get shot.
No bueno.
The thing is, somebody was saying that friendly streamers need to be made to disappear because we maybe did see shit if it happened out here on the front line. Yeah. Because that's where the cameras were pointed.
Well, there's 2 sides of that. Because one, you're able to document the interaction between the police and the protesters. It's the gray area when protesters are maybe like spray painting, and then you take a picture of that protester, possibly not you, somebody else, and then that's like, well, you're doxing that person, and then you can say it's like, well, they have cameras, but they also have now your camera too, which is a little bit more different angle. I believe
what I've said is, if somebody is here in front of the building, if they are doing something that they don't think that they want to be known for having done, they're covering their faces. They're covering up, and if they're gonna do something like spray paint, they're gonna spray paint and get the fuck out.
Yeah, the government is not gonna do anything to that person, in my opinion, by having YouTube streamers or TikTok streamers or whatever. But the only the 1% is a MAGA person going dox, and that's an irrational feeling. And I understand that people haven't the turning on each other is the bad part that was happening down here.
Yep.
About a month ago, a group that was coming out last year and took the winter off showed back up, and there was like it was kind of not like a dominance kind of fight, but there was some like, looking at eyeballs because, hey, I don't know you, and hey, I don't know you, but I've been out here and I've been out here, and there were some squabbles, but everything's fine.
But I think there is one, like I said, I think there was one person. I'm sure it's one person, because multiple people came up to me and said, somebody was trying to convince me that you shouldn't be here. I don't know who they are. They were in block, and they gave kind of a rough description, and it always seems to be, and it's a vague enough description that it's worthless.
Yeah.
But it's like it seems like it was one person.
Yeah.
And they were going to multiple people, and they would go up to them and try and see if they could start some shit.
It's MAGA taking shit, trying to take shit down.
Or it's a Fed. It could be a Fed.
Fuck the state of Israel. All power to my Hebrew friends.
It could be Mossad.
But that's their tactic, is to go after the journalists, target them and destroy that narrative.
But they were also sort of suggesting, at least one person said that they were suggesting that, there's too many trans people out here. There's,
too many operations. Well, everybody has an opinion. And
sure.
A lot of times.
But if it's all the same person, they're just trying to start shit.
That's a MAGA person. That's what they do.
That's either MAGA or it's a MAGA aligned Fed.
It's when they come in the chat, they fish. They'll come in and go like Trump 2028, and then they'll just sit back and wait for somebody to bite. And that's what they do.
My mods respond to that by goodbye.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That is the right way to respond to them, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Well, Shane Carroll was like yelling at Uncle, the old Native American guy down here, and I did one of those. I steered him onto me so he'd leave Uncle alone, and he just like dropping all his vile and vitriol on me. I'm like, that's fine, man. That's how you love the world. Everybody has their own love language. Everybody has their own love language, and this is how you love the world. And he just didn't know how to fucking deal with that. One wheel guy, Josh. I can't remember his name. One wheel guy.
Not good, Josh. The other Josh.
Yeah, I got to talking to him, and he was like, he's the same thing. He's like, oh, you're trying to debase me. And I said, like, would you talk to me like this if we went out fishing?
He came out here once. He was drunk off his ass. That was entertaining.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are imbibing. But yeah, he just goes like, I said, like, would you talk to me if we were going fishing? And he goes like, I like bass fishing. And I just had to talk to like a human being.
I've literally said, I heard that Tommy started up a gaming stream. I don't know if he's still doing it.
Yeah.
But what I've said is, I know that you can make pretty damn good money as a gamer if you are one of two things: very good, or very bad.
Very bad, or have.
Because if you're very bad at it, you're fun to watch because
it's train. People love fucking train wrecks. That's why I call it Jerry Springer, because everybody loves a fucking train wreck. They want to be involved, they want to be a Karen, But Karens are bad.
But I mean, if he starts, being successful gaming, and it makes it so Tommy will stay the fuck away from like grandmas at protests.
Yeah.
Then absolutely, I want Tommy to be damn successful as a gamer.
Go into life, go get a job, because he's 33, 34 years old. He's got he's got bad health, so maybe he's only lived half of his life. Maybe he'll live to 70, but more than likely he'll have a heart attack around 65 or some shit like that if he lasts. But he's gonna be a poor motherfucker with these skills that he's acquired in life and the digital imprint that he's left.
So, to answer the person in my chat here whose name scrolled off the screen, and my chat is kind of wigging out a little bit, so I can't scroll up and see who it is because it scrolls back down to the bottom. When I am over by where Operation Inflation would set up their stuff, I kind of point the camera downward unless I know that it's somebody who is okay with me filming. Same thing down at the base camp. If I am over there or over here, I don't bother with that. And if somebody is doing something that is illegal, I assume that they are engaged in civil disobedience, and if they are arrested and charged for it, That's what civil disobedience is. I am doing something because I want you motherfuckers to come out. I fucking dare you to arrest me, because that's just going to draw attention to what I did, and it's going to make you look like a fucking piece of shit, because that's what you are. So go ahead, arrest me. Charge me with whatever the fuck you want. It isn't going to do you any good, and it's going to do my cause a hell of a lot more than it's going to do your satisfaction of arresting me.
Yeah.
When I was 17, I was, it used to be illegal to distribute cryptographic software outside of the United States.
Oh, okay.
Like, this was back during Clinton's years, and the Clipper chips and all that shit.
Okay, yeah.
There's a piece of software called Pretty Good Privacy. Nobody uses it anymore, but we use an equivalent. I mean, the software still exists in spirit. The standards that were created, it's now GNU Privacy Guard, which was a re-implementation that was completely free software. Pretty Good Privacy, PGP, had source code available under a proprietary license. And, it was what everybody used because it's what we had. But, loud truck. There were two versions of this software. There was the US version, because the software was written in the United States. So there's a US version, and in order to get it past export controls, the source code was written down into a book, and the book was sent overseas to create an international version. These two versions were almost identical, but each...
It should have been done in like a clay tablet in cuneiform, just for the LOLs.
It was too long for that.
Yeah, I know.
But you had to have it in a book so it was free speech, and it couldn't be censored.
Yeah.
So that got the source code out, and then afterward, the two versions had to be developed completely separately by completely different people.
Okay,
These people
evolved.
can do it in the U.S. These people can do it internationally. The thing is, nothing stopped a person in the U.S. from downloading the international version. You were told not to do it to help keep the international version pure.
Yeah.
Well, I downloaded it, not a developer yet, at least not a C developer. I downloaded the international version, and then I sent it to a guy in Australia who already had the file, because we got it off the same fucking server.
That's funny. That's funny. My mom worked
Back
on
then?
Macintosh.
Back then, if you did that, you were an international arms trafficker. Here I am.
That was national security shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Here I am, a 17-year-old blind kid from fucking Oregon,
Yeah.
an international arms dealer, because I downloaded a file on the internet and sent it to somebody else who downloaded the same fucking file I did 20 minutes earlier. That was civil disobedience. And what I said when I did it was, all right, if you motherfuckers are watching, come and arrest me. I fucking dare you. Go ahead. Arrest me, charge me, and I will enter into evidence the fact that he downloaded the same file from the same place I did minutes before I downloaded it, and then I sent him a copy of the file I downloaded. Go ahead and arrest me. I
Only
will...
if they want to.
And they didn't. They didn't.
Only if they want to.
And of course they didn't.
See, that's a lot of the things that happen down here, because everybody, not everybody, but a lot of people like...
Chris went to bed. I almost floored the tripod.
A lot of people trespass, but they'll only come out and target like one or two people. Because they can't come out and grab everybody, but they have like a hierarchy.
Were you out here the night that people were doing little skits, like little die-ins in the middle of the.
Yeah.
So they were doing, I've been shot, fall over dead, get up, laugh, and walk away. 2 hours after they did that, a bunch of trained guerrillas, a bunch of untrained guerrillas came out, mall ninja style. Bunch of guys in their 40s wearing 35 pounds of bullshit. And of course, when the kids saw them coming out!
Hey, right this way to go fuck yourself. Hey, go fuck yourself. Why do you work for a pedophile? You work for a pedophile. He's not convicted.
Donald Trump raped children.
He's a fucking convicted rapist. He's a convicted felon. Fuck you, Nazi. I call him flashlight guy when he comes out.
So
he goes like, "You're the flashlight guy." I'm like, "Why am I a flashlight guy?" And he goes like, "It's your nickname around here. Is that because I fucking stick my flashlight in your fucking mom's ass?" You know, all these little. Usually I don't debase them. It's more of a what are you gonna put in your resume kind of shit.
Yeah. Well, I hear more of them in there. But so they were telling people, or they came out here and they tried to arrest these like 5-6 people, and of course most of them were college kids, so they fucking booked it out of here.
Yeah.
And they came back afterward. They grabbed a few of them.
Yeah.
They wanted to get them all, but they grabbed a few. But some of them, the younger ones, the faster ones, not even a chance.
Yeah.
So about the third time they come out to get these, because after 15-20 minutes they come back, right? Well, they know who they're looking for, and they keep trying to get them. And there's a 35.
Well, they did one time. They showed up in a van, like a SUV.
Have a good night. But about the third time they tried to get him, Darren's over there with his whole DJ setup, and I'm standing over there, and I stopped streaming for the night, but getting ready to pack up and go home, and again, the kids take off running. They've tried, this is their third time. They didn't get 2 of them. They got all the others, but they couldn't get those 2 no matter what they tried. And we're over there laughing.
Yeah.
We're standing across the street laughing.
Yeah, they got the walk of shame back.
Which got each and every one of us in turn gun pointed at us.
Yep.
Silent threat to shoot us all.
Yep.
We didn't do shit.
They are very. I did get one of them. They come out and they were backing up, and I was like, the dude that was right in front of me, like, stop, wait! You dropped your magazine. And he looked down. As soon as he looked down, I go like, gotcha. It made you look. And fucking everybody laughed. The one great moment in my life I'll be telling my grandkids about. But anyway, I'm gonna go say some things at the memorial and take off. Good to meet you.
Take care.
I'll see you around sooner or later. You've been coming out a lot later now, haven't you?
I've been staying after 10. I've been leaving at 10, but I've been staying out till shift change when I can.
Yeah. That's what you gotta do. Right on, brother. See you.
All right, guys. I suppose all of the shift changing that is going to change has changed. It is well after 11, so I'm gonna call it a night myself. So appreciate you guys, and thanks again. So tired for the donation tonight. It sucks that it cost you 15 to give me 10, but Canadian exchange rate. Boo. But I really appreciate it. It's every little bit helps. I mean, like I said, I'm gonna have to buy that shelter. So I am going to have to do that soon because it's going to be too hot. And at least coming out here is going to make more sense than me staying at home because our heat pump is kaput. And that's going to be weeks to repair and $8,000 to $9,000. Fortunately, that's not my responsibility to fix that. But the person whose responsibility it is kind of like, oh, well, I want to see if I can get a lower price. It's like, well, if you wait too much longer, it's going to be kind of expensive, and it's still not going to get done until July. So at this point, we're looking at the end of June. So not having AC in an apartment that's designed for it is, I'm going to be cooler out here, but I've still got to protect myself from the sun. So anyway, thanks very much, guys. I appreciate it. My name is Joseph. That's Joseph Carter, Charlie Alpha Romeo, Tango Echo Romeo. I haven't actually done that for the Chuds, but haven't done that for a while. But I am Joseph, and like you guys to all, have another taco. Good night, everybody.